Talk. So I had the mic battery pack not plugged in because I
Desktop
forgot
Express is running. External power on.
the battery bank was running low yesterday and I forgot to charge it. Okay. Yay, Tornado Watch. Oh, yay. Deaf? I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. That was my fault. All right. So, let's go over some stuff. So, this is an IBM 5160, and say it with me, it's not mine. So, I'm working on this for someone because it's very broken, and this is just one of those systems that is really hard to get a foothold on diagnostics unless you have parts. I got my first 5150 in like 2016, 2017, I don't know, and I could not figure out what was wrong with it. It turned out it was the power supply, but I just didn't have any parts. Like, you need a weird monitor, okay? The TTL monitors, like the RAM cards are strange. You can't just go swap that out with anything else. Like, the power supply is weird. So I offered to use the hardware I have to try and diagnose this thing because, I mean, it's just really hard to go ahead and get it going without doing it from scratch. So we're going to take a look at it today and try and figure out what's wrong with it, so we know what is needed to get it going. I'm just going to predict now it's going to be a power supply, but we'll figure it out. I think the 5151 here, though, is also not working.
Says IBM PC, my beloved. Also, I think this is a fun pan sign: :3. End of line.
19 months? You betcha it is. Rock on for the 19 months there. Squid. I don't know why I put an R in there, but thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 19 months. Yeah. So yes. Do these tend to have shorted refas? There are no refas anywhere in this, maybe in the monitor, but no, they don't. So, so interestingly, also, this is not a Model F. This is a knockoff Model F that has an XTAT switch on it. So this will be the keyboard that they're using with it. It's fine. There's nothing to write home about, but it's okay. So, yeah. Okay. Trying to think if there's anything else we need to get started here. I was just grabbing my 5160 and a stack of video cards and Model F proper just in case so that we can compare and contrast stuff. So, yeah, just a heads up, I am going to be recording this to potentially edit a video out of it, because I don't have a video for this upcoming week, and with everything going on, the holidays, end of the year stuff is realistically not going to happen. So yeah, probably going to edit a video out of this. I was one of them SMRTs, and I actually recorded the intro before the stream started already, so that was a slick little move there I did. What OS did this run? Technically PC DOS, but it's just IBM DOS. So, or Microsoft DOS, MS-DOS, however you want to think about it. But IBM licensed MS-DOS from Microsoft releases PC DOS for these officially. But yeah, most people probably just end up running MS-DOS. So, okay. Before you trolls can make me laugh, fixed it for you. That really wasn't why. It was more just to make the intro here a little less awkward. So, okay. Any old Unix could run? No, because they weren't compiled for 36. So, just got here. What'd you miss? Literally nothing. Other than this is all broken. There you go. You're caught up. So, okay. I think that's it. I'm kind of actually prepared today, so let's just get cracking on this, hopefully. There's a thumb screw on the back. That's weird. But all right, I'm going to start recording here for a little bit. It's broken and not mine. Oh, yeah, just I'm working on this for someone else because it is really hard to get compatible parts with these to make, to start doing diagnostic stuff. So, yeah. Phoenix ran, well, I don't know about maybe AT. I know about the RT, but yeah. So there's a boombox inside, yeah. All right, so to get started here, we're going to go ahead and open it up and assess what all hardware is in this. This is an XT5160, so it is not too surprising. It has a floppy drive and a hard drive. Actually, I don't even have to look into it. It's a half-height drive, so it's not going to be the giant Seagate RLL style drive like was in mine, but it'll still be pretty early. I don't know if there's a date code on the back that I can look at to figure out exactly when this one was made. Maybe on some of the sheet metal inside. I swear one of mine was like 1983 or something. Doesn't really matter. We're going to be looking in this thing to get a lay of the land of what's going on in there. And then we'll start testing it. I might as well actually plug this all in and fire it up, as in see what it can't do, because if I remember correctly, it won't actually, you know what, we're going to skip the step where we on initially, because I know it doesn't do anything. You will see nothing, which in this, although we will probably try and turn this on by itself, because I think we should at least get a raster. This is one of those times where having a known good piece of hardware to compare against will be helpful. So we'll try turning this on and turning on a second one that I know works to compare it with. So yeah, I don't remember exactly how that works. I might have to plug it into something to get it to show any video, so we'll test that individually. But for right now, let's get the computer itself open. All right. Were hard drives common for this type of machine? Yes, that was one of the main selling points of the XT. Yeah. All right. This has been monkeyed with outside of IBM. The only screw here on the back is this thumb screw, and that's definitely not stock. Let me make this so you guys can actually see it. This computer has definitely been monkeyed with. The original screws are all missing, and the only one here is this thumb screw, which is definitely not original, and like a weird plastic metal hybrid part. Anyway, we'll get this out of here. I'll show this really quick, actually, before we continue on. They did not get a Model F, unfortunately, but they do have an ultra professional computer. It's a Unitech K151. It's got an AT-XT switch, so it will work with this machine, but it's not an original Model F. So I don't know why someone opened this too. Weird. But yeah, it's I don't know what switches they are offhand, but they feel all right. Probably like an Alps white or something like that. That's just mechanical, but okay. Alrighty. Getting in here, we can see a later hard drive controller card here, which goes to an ST225 half height 5 1/4 inch drive there. We have the standard Tandem TM102A right there. That's strange. I don't know what this sticker is on the side that says Process Traveler down in there. That's really weird. That is not an original IBM display controller there. We'll double check that that's actually MDA, because that could be why the monitor didn't work. Down in the machine, we have an AMD 8088. You can basically credit that part's existence for the AMD company being in the position that it is now. Because if IBM hadn't forced Intel to sublicense the 8088 part, they wouldn't have had anywhere near the market share. And here we can see it is a 64 to 256K board, which is the preferable board revision, although that would be for a 5150 actually. Now that I think about it, I think that's just what you would expect for an XT PC. So yeah, on that, if you don't know what an XT versus an, PC is, you have 8 ISA slots here. Slightly 8, I'm still not 100% sure what the deal is with that. But yeah, so, so far, nothing is jumping out at me, but we haven't really gotten into this yet. Power supply, you know? I don't think that's original. That's definitely not what the one in my 5160 looks like. I've never seen this weird cage over the fan design. It's kind of clever because it means there's actual airflow. I think the 5160's original power supply, the fan was just flush up against the top of the case. That kind of makes sense. So that not being original makes me immediately suspicious of it. So we'll be testing that. And by testing it, I mean just replacing it with a good one after we confirm there's no shorts or anything. But yeah, so everything in there, mostly expected. But I think we should take out this display controller and see what it actually is first. What do you mean, why is the main board so flex? Oh, that's not too surprising. Does it touch the bottom? I mean, no. I don't think so, at least. Certain keyboard uses the AT layout, not the XT. What's the difference?
Balchumet says, hey, Shelby, that computer doesn't have a lid on it. CHEER 100. End of line.
Okay. Thank you for the 100 bits, Ben. First Ryzen system, yeah. You know you got treasure when there's some screw, yeah. Okay. Pop this out, see what this is. Okay. That's a weird video card. I'm gonna have to try and look this thing up, because it is very strange. There's an FCC ID. Yeah, let me look that up really quick here. XT has a lot of stepped caps keys. I don't know what you mean. I mean, I have a Model F right there. It looks basically exactly the same as a Model F, as far as the actual layout. I mean, it's got the big enter key, but controls in the same spot, alt's in the same spot. They're just spaced slightly differently. Been a long week. It's about as observant as I can be right now, I'm afraid. That's all right. Okay, let's see. Does screen capture capture the correct screen? Actually, let me check something real quick here. Oh my gosh, I've changed the actual layout of the monitors relative to each other, and it's messing with me. Okay, cool. That is correct. Okay, so FCC ID is E5Y6L9MG-150. Okay. PC board FCC. So by DFI, they definitely made stuff. Tensing Labs, that looks very much like this. Okay, 8-bit RSA, video parallel, okay. EGA, ooh, if that's correct here, that would be the problem. So based on this page for this card on the retro web, that is an EGA card, not an MDA card. It is possible there are jumpers for switching the configuration. Let me see what the jumper documentation says here. Let's see, color and monochrome, monochrome only. Okay, so if pins 2 and 3 are shorted, which they are not, then it would be monochrome only. Okay, so yeah, I was really not surprised about that because one of the 5150s that I bought, I believe it was a 5150 with an MDA card in it, and I got my 5153 with it, and yeah, the color and monochrome displays are not compatible with each other, so yeah, this hardware setup, or at least as configured, was never going to work, which again, one of the traps that you can fall into when trying to get into the IBM stuff like this. Like the PS2 stuff's way worse, don't get me wrong, but even with like the original ATXT 5150s and this kind of stuff, there are some traps that you can get here. So yeah, that's definitely one of those things where I'm now going to dip into my hardware. We're going to switch out for a proper MDA controller, and we'll test the monitor with that because, yeah, the monitor was never going to work with this. So any weird results I got with it before now are totally thrown out. So the monitor might actually be working fine. You know what? Let's just find that out now that we know that this card is suspect. Monochrome and CGA are not necessarily the whole story, though. It could do monochrome over CGA. We don't know. MDA is specifically what we need with a 5151. And yeah, we're not getting monochrome or MDA there. Yeah. So I definitely have cards that will do monochrome over CGA. Change jumpers? We could, or I could just put an MDA card in there. It's not like it's a Hercules card or something that's going to work better with that monochrome display if it was just configured right. It looks like it's just an EGA card. EGA, CGA, yada yada. So, all right, I'm grabbing my 5160 here, which will have last been set up for EGA because we were doing the cause and soft strip. I mean, there's no reason for that to be EGA. I guess it goes all the way back to pads PCB. Okay, we'll set this up with my monitor first to make sure that we have it all functional. So, and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna grab a pad of Post-it notes and I'm gonna mark my stuff with purple Post-it notes. That way for the video it's clearer what is what. What am I over here trying to grab? Just my monitor, I think. Oh, the keyboard. That was the other thing I was going for. I was gonna use my keyboard first. We can test and rule out the keyboard is functional or not very quickly after this, too. Okay. Let's get rid of the card display thing here. See, I mean, if you wanted to reinstall. So what I'm, Crab Donkey, the problem that you can run into. So I could change the jumpers on the card, but it is very possible that it will still output the CGA spec data, but only in monochrome. That is a thing that would happen with these cards. So without having better documentation than that manual, which was not very clear, We're gonna just switch to using an actual IBM MDA card that we know will work with the monitor. Although I don't remember which ones work or not. So I grabbed all of them because, yeah, I just want to make sure. I think one of mine doesn't work. Nothing better than real IBM Big Iron. I mean, for this use case, definitely. All right. No bit is the correct bit on the real screws for this, not the weird thumb screw. Alrighty. And then back to flat here. So I know we looked at this card. This is another one of these weird EGA cards that can be configured in a bunch of different ways. So yeah, this is the one that I'm using, an Ultimate EGA Plus. And the switches here can allow it to be configured for color and monochrome and all that stuff. Again, I don't remember what actual output standards this supports, but this is one of those things where when you're using these like third-party cards, you gotta really know what the jumpers can do because it makes a huge difference. I also am gonna have to look up the -0 degrees page for 5160 jumpers. Remember to configure it back to MDA so it doesn't complain. So should still make sure his broken unit's main board isn't shorting in case for some good hardware in it. Oh, so this is my computer here. I'm just testing the monitor that was included. That way I can know whether or not the monitor's working, because the monitor that came with the computer was only tested with the EGA card. So all testing that was done with the other monitor is now invalid. That's why I'm using my computer with an MDA card right now to test that. For the record, my motherboard is bowed slightly back as well. I think that's just how they mount in there, but we'll take a look. Okay, so actually let me bring up -0 degrees 5160. What do you guys having a cable running right over your keyboard? Really annoying when you're trying to type. There we go. I need to install the plugin still, I know, but the stupid AI description is like, it's a website. Ta-da! Thanks for the help there. I'm shocked that on the website search page I was searching for good job there, Google. Let's see, where's the switches? All the links are labeled like here, 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 so I'm gonna have to actually read through this a bit. 16-bit cards, V20, post, RAM failure, power problems, conventional memory, this motherboard. Maybe that'll get me to the switches. No. Okay. Switches. Okay, let's just look up switches. Oh, here we go. Second link. At least it didn't recommend mixing glue to the UI to make it stick. Okay, so MDA is 5 off, 6 off. Okay, let me set that. Five. Yeah, I currently have both of those set to on for the BIOS mode, I think. Yes, okay. We'll try this card first. And this is my monitor. To be clear, I need to put those post-it notes on there. So that's a little more obvious for the video. Did I put the monitor on the post-its? I did. Okay. It does not want to stick to the textured surface of the monitor. You know what? To the glass. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Here on the sheet metal, because I'm pretty sure these are going to be mostly used without the case for this video. And then I'll put one on the keyboard up top. Okay. All right, let me hide the jumper switch settings. Alrighty. Get this plugged in. It's one of those things where there's a lot of physical setup that's going to have to happen back and forth to make this all work. Off. Okay. And keyboard. Okay. All right. I'm going to do this post-it screen when the BIOS is starting, so you have a post-it. Yeah. All right. I've got my 5160 set up here with my Model F and my 5151 MDA monitor. I put purple post-it notes and all the stuff that is mine to make it a little more obvious when we're going along here. I just configured this for MDA. I had my 5154 EJ monitor set up in this before, so I needed to get it set up to test everything that we've got here. So I'm now going to just make sure I've got everything of mine configured correctly, and then we'll test the other 5151 to make sure that it's working now that we know that it was connected to the wrong kind of display controller. Okay. Love how much this looks like a TV show now because it doesn't look like it's being streamed in 3GP. Hey, you take that back, they just 3GP were the best. Okay. All right. The monitor is always on, so yeah. All right, here is the test of all of my hardware. We should get post count. Well, the monitor's working. I wasn't expecting a garbage screen. That's different. We're gonna just swap out that MDA card with another one, because I think I remember one of my MDA cards being bad. So we'll just assume that that's what's going on there. That one does turn out to be bad. I'll actually mark it because I have 3 of them because, yeah, I picked up a lot of IBMs. Okay, we'll go with the green one. All broken, yeah. And thus the tangents begin. Yeah. All right, take 2. So we should just see the post codes in the upper left. There we go. So we'll just set this card. You know what? Bad. That's a problem for another day. Okay. This is now going to boot off of my XT-SD adapter here. We'll get into MS-DOS. Beautiful. It might be a little cranky. Nah, it's fine-ish. Okay. Everything here is tested and working. Now let's swap in the other monitor and see if it works with a computer that's configured correctly. Is this XT a recent score? Yes, but it's not mine. So this 5160 we just looked at is my one that we've been doing EGA nonsense on for a while. So I'm working on someone else's 5160 because, as I have literally demonstrated seriously, unintentionally, you can have the wrong hardware with these machines that makes it just impossible to diagnose this stuff. So it looks like they had an EGA card in there and it came with an MDA display. So yeah, it was never going to work. Okay. Okay, this is their monitor connected to my computer with the now verified functional MDA card. So let's fire this up and see if this one works. Beautiful. All right. The first problem has been solved. The monitor works fine. It was just an EGA card in the mix, messing things up. Okay, so one thing down. Let's go ahead and test their keyboard now just to make sure that works, and then we only have to focus on the computer itself for the rest of this. Stream over, yeah. Can it run 4x4 off-road? Oh, you know what? You're right. AT. The lights are very much not XT. You are 100% correct. I totally missed that somehow. All right, firing it up with this keyboard, which has an AT-XT switch. I have it set to XT there. It also has these kind of nice kick-up feet that are metal. Unfortunately, that's plastic. Bottom is metal. It doesn't seem like a bad keyboard, really. If you don't have a Model F, I kind of like this. Oh my gosh, it's a long space bar. It didn't even occur to me. This thing is massive. Anyway, let's fire it up and test it. We got lights. It didn't like me pressing keys, but you know, whatever. Now she'll be saying my space bar is longer than yours. Is that a high-tech NMB keyboard? We can pull off a keycap here after it's working to see. I'm gonna guess it's Alps White, based on how it feels. Beep, beep, F1 to continue. That's looking pretty good. You need that to double space. Even though that uses the enter key, but you know, it's got the European style enter key, and yes, that is the gracious way to phrase that. All right, here we go. It works great. Okay, so monitor and keyboard both validated and just to the computer now. Just for giggles. Yeah, numlock does turn off and on this system. That is not an XT feature. Scroll lock works too. I don't even know what scroll lock does. But apparently, yeah, that works. Caps lock. Oh, it's down here. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty nice. I like that. Back, is it fixed now? 2 out of 3 components are fixed. All right, and for giggles, let's pull off. Oh my gosh, that's the escape key. That's awful. What? Where is that on a Model F? Where did I put my Model F? Escape is in the correct place on a Model F. What is it doing over the numpad? That's awful. And where I can't remember, is the key puller in here or over in the handy access tools area? I think it's in the handy access tools area. That's not it. It just looks like it. You know, I'm pretty sure I can get one of these off by hand. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it looks like the switches. I can't immediately identify that, and I don't see any legends on the case, but tactile, audible, and green with the MX-ish mount. Mitsumi Miniature. So Mitsumi Miniature Mechanical is what I'm being told it is while I'm working on this live. So, all right. I think I see a diode under there too, so the N key rollover might be pretty good on this. Not that it's gonna matter for an XT though. Well, if that's where the escape key is on AT keyboards, then I'm just redirecting my anger back to IBM. Also, that was all done without recording. Hold on. If I pop off a key here, I can see the switches. There are some kind of green thing, which I'm being told by my viewers live is a Mitsumi Miniature Mechanical switch. It looks good, it feels pretty good, and it makes an audible sound, so I like it. It also has a diode under there, so the N key rollover might be pretty good. But, you know, being an XT, it won't really matter that much. All right, there we go. Hopefully it was recording for the actual test. Yeah, deja vu. Welcome to video recording. You say one thing wrong and then you end up doing the same thing like 4 times. Usually with some kind of exasperated scream in between. Okay. You keyboard nerds are a strange bunch. I'm not a big keyboard nerd, but I like to know what I like. That's the thing. So, Mitsumi miniatures feel fine when bare switch, but when in complete keyboard, it feels hideous. I don't know, it feels okay. The force to depress them is a little less than I would prefer, so I'm trying to take that in mind, or keep that in mind while looking at it. It's not for me in that regard. I wouldn't want a daily driver, but as just a, you know, random XT compatible keyboard, feels pretty good. Okay. So that's that monitor. We're gonna go back to the hardware here. Actually, I got one little thing I want to interject here before we switch over to the computers. Now, I'm really glad that I was able to test the keyboard, which may seem kind of unnecessary in the grand scheme of things, but getting something like a Model F is actually really expensive nowadays. So validating that you have a functional, working, compatible XT keyboard is just really nice. And without having a known working XT, you can't be sure that the XT keyboard itself is working because pretty much nothing works over XT other than these systems. So yeah, even though it may seem trivial to validate that, it is definitely something still worth ruling out as a problem. All right, there we go. Just need the keyboard to work. I can get that. This is how, you know, I'm not a keyboard purist or just nerd or whatever. I think the Dell Quiet Key from the 90s is actually an incredibly good keyboard, and it's just a Model M knockoff look-alike with membrane switches that isn't that particularly fancy, but I still think it's a pretty darn good keyboard. Expensive due to rarity? Yeah, because of keyboard weirdos, yeah. Okay. Actually, let me do this way. I was just gonna want to call out the weird power supply. All right, moving back to the computer chassis themselves here. This one is theirs, this one's mine, and I wanted to call attention to the weird power supply. So this, I'm fairly confident, is an original IBM power supply. I don't know who the actual OEM is, but I don't think this is original, or is at least not an early revision like this one is, because I've definitely seen many IBMs with that power supply in it. This one is unfamiliar to me. So I'm immediately skeptical of this, but there are some other things that we need to check first before we just chuck this power supply in here to see if this one is bad. Because if we have shorted tantalums or something in this hardware, then that wouldn't be great to subject my power supply to that. So we're going to poke around a little bit more in the computer, and then we'll start trying to figure out what might be completely wrong here. IBM made a special power supply for units that came with the hard drive stock. So IBM used a 130 watt power supply in the hard drive equipped ones because the original machines had a, I think it was 65 watt power supply, was it? Only because of the floppy drives. This is also the reason there is a twist in the floppy drive cable, because IBM wanted to cheap out on the power supply and they didn't want both motors running at the same time. So this is the original XT power supply. This machine did come with a hard drive. I swapped in a floppy drive because I put it in the XT IDE, so I didn't need that. Also, I don't want to kill my my really cool 5 megabyte hard drive, was it, by running it all the time in here. This is my most usable IBM system like this by far. So yeah, I run this thing kind of a lot. So is there an FRU number on the PC, on the power supply? FRU. I mean, I'm not even seeing one on the one that I know is original, so. Whopping 5 megabyte hard drive, yeah. It's amazing to think about what those power supplies, when GPUs pull that nowadays, yeah. Field replacement unit. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah. No, I'm not seeing anything like that. There's a date code on it that I didn't notice until just now. Wait a minute, I'm an idiot. Actually, upon closer inspection, bam, IBM part number and even a date on here. So 51st week of 1985. So it's basically from 1986 on there. So this was at least at some point an IBM recommended part, because that is the main sticker on there. So that's kind of interesting. So this is an original IBM power supply. That's really weird. We can see input 3 amp there. So how many watts total is this? For comparison, my, I guess, older IBM power supply down here is 130 watts. That's what the 5160s got for the hard drive, because the hard drive needed more power. This one, it looks like they rate it by rail, so we'd have to add all that up. But interesting for sure there. Okay. You know what? I've never really thought about how much stock I should put in this, but this kind of matches. Ooh, that's very fragile. Huh. All right. So this is interesting. I've seen this tag on the speaker before on these IBMs. I don't know if it's just for that or if it's for the whole system or not, but they usually don't have anything useful on them. But this machine has a date code on it, November 1985, which tracks with the power supply. So I am definitely thinking this is a very late 1985 machine, which is also kind of funny because I think the AT came out in 84. Not that that totally replaced this, but you definitely would have been nearly 2 years into the AT when this was bought. Yeah, Chef Radar, I know that's how you get watts, but I don't really want to sit there and add them all up. Yeah, I don't really... I review keyboards in a very weird way, and I think that there is value in that. I'm not really one to watch keyboard reviews because most people are too opinionated. Okay, how do we want to proceed here? Well, this is worth calling out here. So beginning an initial look over of the motherboard, there are going to be a lot of things that I need to check. But one thing that stood out to me here that's worth paying attention. Let's not talk while I'm focusing. But one thing, let's not talk while the camera's shaking. But one thing I noticed while looking over everything is we have two different brands of RAM in here. So this was clearly upgraded partway through its life. So it could be that one of these has failed. Just having the wider variety of manufacturers in here increases the likelihood that there will be a problem. Can I see a date code on either one of these? Not really. Although maybe 8550 there, but not there. Maybe IBM just split it. I don't know. So far, this machine is proving to be very confusing. So maybe these were all original. It's hard to say, but yeah, that does immediately give me pause there. But we'll come back to that. Hopefully that's not the problem. Lots of times caps don't get populated, so one missing is absolutely not a concern. If they're not all needed, then, you know, they're not all needed. The same ones are missing on mine, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I get it, Majenko. It's just, it would have also made sense for it to be upgraded partway through its life. Ordered with 128K, upgraded later when RAM prices fell. Could definitely see that happening. Even worse, so they cannibalize old system terminals just to hard keep switches. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Alrighty. I'm going to pull this out of here. We'll just start disassembling this. Oh, yeah, that one's mine. Unfortunately, my top has some marks on the... It's pretty easy to tell which of the two is mine. Okay. The black frame that just happened was not a video codec issue. That was a HDMI splitter issue. Oh, actually, no, it was a video capture. It's weird, yeah. What's the best personal computer IBM ever produced? This. Okay. The 5160 is just a better 5150, and it's still a computer that you can completely understand every single component of. And I really value that. Yeah, it's not even close, it's this. ThinkPads and stuff, yeah, those are fine, whatever. I'm not a ThinkPad person. All right, I'm gonna start just taking this thing apart and looking over everything, and then once we get the individual pieces out, we'll see if we can find any shorted tantalums on anything. I am seeing some things I don't like. The pins are all messed up on the backside of the floppy controller IC. The one thing that is like really easy to tell and looks okay is the AT connectors are connected correctly, so those aren't backwards shorting out the power supply. So yeah, let's just start getting it taken apart and look at everything. Crab Donkey, there is open source BIOS for this machine, I'm pretty sure by now. So you could completely understand the BIOS in here. And even without that, I'm pretty sure Compaq proved that it's not too difficult to understand the BIOS in here with just reverse engineering. All right, I am not going to disconnect this from the MFM drive. I want to leave those together. It's just kind of a habit because the controllers and the drives are slightly married together. I'll be happy to let you know this computer was locally acquired in Arizona, so the floppy drive is most likely not going to explode, which, you know, is a thing I'm concerned about now. It's really nice fully disassembling the machine and then only having to unplug the floppy drive here because I really hate how the tendons plug the power on the underside of the main board. It is so easy to flex that board a lot when trying to unplug that. So yeah, almost kind of like the idea of just removing all the cards to remove that in the first place. Because yeah, but that all looks good there. And yep, TM102A. And lastly, we'll pull the hard drive out of here. Ooh, that's interesting. Phillips screws on that. Oops. Make sure to record the first power on before it explodes. I have already put power to this and it did not explode. But Digital Ice Age, if you missed it, I'm recording this to edit into a video to release next Saturday. No, those were machine thread. Kind of figured since you recorded the keyboard segment. Yeah. It did make it a little more obvious. All right, I'm going to pull the power supply now, and then I don't think I've ever actually removed a motherboard from a PC or XT, so this will be interesting, but I think I should. It's just one of the capacitors, scope pixels, one of the tantalums internally failed. And it's important to note that these power supplies, maybe not this one, because I am not familiar with this one, but the other IBM power supplies, the 130 and the 65, will not power on if you don't have enough load, and I believe they also have short protection, so the machine will just not turn on. So on some machines, the shorted tantalums will fail gracefully, but on my 900 watt power supply, it was like, let's do this. So it just blew right through that tantalum. Yeah, the thing that exploded was a floppy drive. It was a Tandon TM102A. All right. There's that. Let's actually unplug it from the motherboard. That's the power supply out. Why didn't they paint under there? Oh, so it can probably connect for better grounding. One moment. All right. That is a weird power supply. I kind of like it. It's just strange. Okay, and removing the motherboard, which, by the way, was set for MDA with the jumpers here. It's set to 5 and 6 off. So, yeah, this thing just, well, that one's mine. The other EGA card, this one, was never going to work with that configuration, I believe. There's no way it's as easy as this one screw, right? Kind of feels like it, other than the keyboard connector. Oh, there's one more right here. Okay. Paint cosmetic bare metal is free. Well, I guarantee it's for shielding reasons that they did it, but it would be cheaper for them to overspray this than to protect this, because they had to cover this with something and then peel it off after the fact. There was more manual steps involved in that, and labor is the most expensive thing. What am I missing? Pretty sure I removed all the screws. Yeah, I don't see any more. I think there's just some weird way you have to lift it up and out. I think it might be slide to the right on these plastic things, but that it is bent and the tabs or the pins on these connectors are catching. So yeah, I think the bend of the motherboard might actually be a problem here. As what I can what I can barely make out in here is that this piece is meant to slide, so you can see the rail track right there. So I think the whole board is meant to slide that way.
As tier 1 and says 7 plus 7. End of line.
But what's happening is the board is bent down so much, it's catching on the lip here as I try to slide it over. So it's stuck. And one moment here. Oh yeah, I got a touchscreen. Philip, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 14 months. That is numbers. That many. Brain work. Thank you, Philip. I appreciate that. Pry it up. I don't really want to bend it too much more. The suggestion of trying to just pop it out of the standoffs might work out better. Any that are back here are going to just be able to freely slide, so that won't be an issue. So I might just be able to pop the 4 right there and then have it slide out. Let me find my pliers, and I will work on that. Too many projects recently. Oh my gosh, they are super buried. There they are. Is there a way to remove the floppy tray? No, it is welded. Okay. I think these can rotate. Yeah. Kind of.
Jason 5, the 4 Stooge subbed as tier 1 and says, end of line.
There we go. Yeah, it just couldn't slide over enough. So, yeah, it should have been able to slide out and over and just release. It's pretty slick design, if only the thing hadn't bent. All right, pause for a second here. I want some coffee. And Jason, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 2 months. I appreciate that as well. All right, got it out? Yeah. Barn find dust makes it more valuable? Yeah. I could ESD vacuum it while it's out. But that might be structural dust here, so, you know. It's weird the ones that are marked with, like, metallic markers there. Huh. Yeah. I've never had one of these boards out to just look over. I never noticed this. No copying permitted. Good luck with that, IBM. Maybe you shouldn't have just used the Intel reference design for the motherboard then. But yeah, so we're going to look over this, try to figure out some stuff. It's these tantalums here that are the most suspicious, so we'll see if there are any shorts on the 5-volt rails or anything like that. That'll give us an idea if there's a problem with the motherboard loosely. Okay, I'll just remove the board's been in place for the last 60 years. That is frighteningly true. Well, it's 40, but yeah. Mm. Download a motherboard. Saw a thing where the plastic ink pen cases pushes over the top of the standoff, pushes the retaining tang in easier than pliers. Oh, I can see that. Yeah. Just less easy to work out on the fly. Yeah, if I had pens, I could see doing that. This is for the most garbage
Valorant
capacitor
gave a
design.
tier 1 gift sub to 1 viewers. End of line.
I said always
Valorant
Valorant
gave a
first.
tier 1 gift sub to 5 viewers. End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 5 gifted subs there, tripping 1 bonus sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Magikotek says CHEER 100 it's hype train time. End of line.
Jacob, thank you for the 100 bits there. A copy of the motherboard, so technically that doesn't count, right? Yeah. That Valorant guy must be loaded. I have footage of tantalums exploding, Jason, so yes, they fail. Okay. I think we just measure for a short on the 5-volt rails now, don't we? That's pretty much it. There is not really anything I can do about the bend, which is pretty bad. I wonder if they had a giant card or something like stuck in the computer that was bumping up against the case at some point, because it's actually pretty bad. 12-volt rails more common panels fail on? All right. Can we put it in the dishwasher? I think not. We're basically just going to check all of the rails. Ugh. Okay. So, ultrasonic bath time. No, general rule of thumb is I have to have planned to do an ultrasonic cleaning before the stream starts, because it takes so long. I have this backwards. Okay. So it goes this way. Is there a reason to measure for short? It's been demonstrated that tantalum is short on power up, even if it's fine before that. This has been powered. And they don't fail catastrophically in these machines usually. Also screws with the audio while it runs. I don't think we've run the ultrasonic cleaner since I got the analog mics. So it might actually be better. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm looking at the way that the power supply cables are colored, which I will take this opportunity again here to say that I can understand modern power supply companies wanting like all black wires or something to make a nice, boring, monotone power supply that everyone will buy. But cable mods or any other companies that do this, please make cable harnesses that have voltages marked with color. That would be incredible. I know I would buy them, and I'm probably not the only person. Anyway, back to this. Red is 5 volt. Yellow, I think, is 12 volt. Anyway, there's a bunch of voltages on here. There should be negative 12 volts as well. Oh, yeah, it's got the rails listed on here. So we got plus 12, minus 12, minus 5, bunch of plus 5, plus 12, plus 5. Oh, those are for the power or hard drive connectors. So, yeah, we can look at the rail ratings on there. Yeah, these are minus 5, plus 5, and then we got power good. I don't know what power good means, but so it's going to be plus 12, minus 12. That's it. So, yeah, we can check for shorts on the motherboard along those rails just to get an idea. But you do the work? Yeah, but they should offer, I mean, it should be like a default option. They should exist. All right, so these two should be shorted because these are both 5 volt. What? Well, these should both be ground. Okay. What? That's weird. Q to turn on the major circuitry. Huh. Okay. Are these really all independent rails? And I've never known that? So that one should be negative, and then these two should be ground. That is weird. Okay. Huh. So these two will be shorted. Yeah, because those are ground. And then those. Okay, I guess there's 3 5-volt rails on here? I didn't realize that. All right, let's just measure each one of those to ground. So no. No. Hello. We have a shorted tantalum. All right. Somewhere on the main board, there is a tantalum shorted on pin 3, I believe, here. That should be 5 volts from red here. So yeah, if I plug this in. Oh, I have that backwards. Wait a minute. Am I an idiot? I might be an idiot. Okay, I'm an idiot. It's orange, though. That is negative 12 volts? Ah, power good. Key. No, or is that positive 12? Positive 12 might be shorted to ground. Okay, hold on. Okay, I had these backwards. So these are the 3 5-volt rails. Those are fine. But I be 12 volts, and it is shorted to ground. So we need to figure out which ones are the 12-volt caps, which I'm not 100% sure what those go to on here, but we'll need to figure that out. So I feel like most of the chips should be 5 volts. Like if I do this to, yeah, that's 5. This should be 5. So what is using 12 on here? No. 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 I mean, if the cassette port were on here still, that would totally track, but... The ISA slots? Yeah, so it's just going to be maybe one of these, or maybe that one? Let's look up the pinout of an 8-bit ISA slot and figure out where 12 volts is on there, just so we have a reference for that. Find the one with the lowest ohm reading. That's the shorted one. I mean, yes. The thermo camera? You know. Actually, that might work. I mean, it shouldn't work, but it might. Not for the reasons you think. One of my viewers in chat suggested that I use the thermal camera to try and find this, but we're not powering this from the power supply. That would be a bad idea. And it probably wouldn't work anyway, because it's going to detect the short. However, if I power the 12-volt rail using the continuity test on the multimeter, it might actually heat up the bad part to the point of being different from the rest of it. So let me get a baseline of what the temperatures look like on the motherboard. I think they should be all basically the same. They are. All right. I see a couple of parts. Those might just be shiny on here. But I'm going to go ahead and get a before photo and after. So I'm going to turn off all the lights. I think I'm still getting a lot of reflections here. All right. No power. And now I'm just putting the Fluke 287 here in diode test mode. And it should put a small amount of power into the parts. And I might be able to see the shorted one heat up here. For the record, hold on, let me start and stop recording here while it's visible. Okay.
Squid says
Now,
CHER 100 have some bits to pay your power bill. We gotta keep the lies on during stream after all colons. End of line.
Squid, thank you for the 100 bits. Would a bench power supply give you a better result? I don't want a lot of power. I only want a little bit. All right, now I'm getting a lot of reflections of stuff, and I mean, I was touching the probe, so those are the warmest thing, and I did just touch the board over here. So, trying to look and see if anything is getting warmer than the average area around it. It wouldn't take much. But so far, I'm not seeing anything. The resistance is varying quite a lot on here, though. I'm not a fan of doing any more than what I currently am, so I will not be doing that. All right, I'm going to abandon this idea. I think I would either have to wait too long for it to be meaningful, or I would have to give it a lot more power. How many layers does it have? Almost certainly 2. Oh, there might be a ground plane. At most 4. But it's probably just 2. I think it's 2. Why is there scotch tape on that edge? You know, what if it's something stupid like one of the pins is bent? It's not just the voltage. You also need current behind the voltage. 3 volts at 0.01 milliamps isn't going to do anything. Yeah, we're not going to... I'm not doing a bench power supply. It's just not happening. Although, should I? Because it really would just, bam, instantly find it. All right, we'll try it, because this sounds like a really good use case for this, to try and find this part. It could save us a lot of time. Now, I say that, we're going to have to go and compile the software and get this all connected to the computer so that I can record this properly, but in theory, it'll save us time in the long run. Also, we're making, like, insanely good progress on here, so I kind of don't mind burning a little bit of time on this, so... Oh, awesome, Digital Ice Age. You bought a camera, you must use it to pay for itself. Yeah. All right. Let's do a little bit of work here. Excuse me. I need to get the camera software, thermal camera Redux installed and set everything up on the streaming computer. So one moment here. Go ahead and do screen capture. Oh, well, no, I have screen capture of the wrong monitor. Let's do this. Screen capture. The top screen. Boom. Okay. You're not going to see me. You know what? I'll just do this. No, that's not it. There. Hi. Look, pretend I'm using a 4x3 computer. Okay. Need more vintage HP stuff? That is the correct amount. More. Okay. Let me grab a tab here. A web browser instance. Okay. So Crab Donkey, it won't power if there's a shorted capacitor. The motherboard just won't give it power. So it literally will not do anything right now. We've most likely found the culprit here. We're gonna just look at a different diagnostic method for testing where this is than what I would normally do. Matter of fact, I want to move this, but I now don't want to touch anything. I don't have to. So you know what? I'll grab the corner and the connector because it's not like those are going to heat up. Let me move that out of the way. Just make sure I can't bump it and heat anything up. Okay. Going to give us on-screen power supply reading? No, I'm going to give you on-screen thermal camera. Power supply, I just call out. There's going to be two numbers. It's going to be 3 volts and 50 milliamps maybe. I'll bump it up if needed. Okay, thermal camera redux. Okay. We're just gonna grab this. I haven't done a lot on this yet, because why would I have? I don't even have a Git folder yet. Okay, Git, clone, okay. Exploder just multimeter to find the lowest resistance. So Platypus, the problem is there are a bunch of capacitors all over. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed a little bit of power into the 12-volt rail, and then I'm going to find the part that is shorted by looking at where the heat is concentrated using a thermal camera. So in theory, this should work to find the failed part. Use your Starfleet issued tricorder. Honestly, thermal camera kind of feels like that. It really does not feel that far off. All right. I don't remember what all we needed to change in the build settings on this. I think it was better to just not have that. And then I will probably change the resolution nonsense. Display width 2560 by 1600. That is enormous. We'll just change the... I don't really want to scale it on boot. What are the acceptable numbers here? Okay, 1280 by, you know what? Oh, 1920. What? Yeah, they have a 2K monitor, it seems. We'll just do 720. It's not like it matters. The resolution's awful anyway. We'll figure out the rotation after. The border layout, if I remember correctly, 1 is preferable because then it doesn't overlay on the stuff. Thermal camera is sensitive to a few tenths of a degree, so it's a good tool. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a Microsoft Surface resolution. Okay, this is almost certainly not going to work because I think it needs like libUSB or something, so we'll just find out. Build. Okay, we gotta... No, we'll still do this. Not built in. Oh my gosh. chmod plus X, build Redux, and then we just get rid of the chmod part. OpenCV. Oh no, that's right. This is always awful. Oh no. Sudo apt install lib OpenCV. Okay. CV dev. That's a lot of megabytes. Well, we've skipped some streams, so it'll be fine. Oh well. Back to Linux things I see. Yeah, we're getting the thermal camera working. Not the sponge Wi-Fi, not on this. Not on the streaming computer. The streaming computer is always LTE because it has its own data cap for this stuff. And I'm setting this up on the streaming computer because I'm going to capture the webcam or the thermal cam. On that, let me get this set up because the webcam is involved in this because we're going to do the sharpening blend mode difference trick. Do I have any USB sticks? It's a pain in the butt to try and download and sneakernet apt files. By pain in the butt, I mean I just can't be bothered. So no, we're not doing that this time. Oh no, the small reach. I don't have a USB 3.0 extension cable. All right, just gonna have to be slightly lower down, camera. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, plug and plug. Okay. Yeah, I could do that, Paul guy, but then I would have to learn networking, and I, pass. Vitamins must be helping my vision improves. I can actually read the text. This is only 720p, too. All right, Redux. I think we have to do -D. I forget exactly what it is. It's really annoying. Let's do it in a separate terminal. All right, Redux. Okay, -D, where N is the number of the desired video camera. Okay, there might be a billion of these in here. ls dev video. That's not as bad as I would have guessed, considering I have the data path quad. -D. We'll assume it's 5 or 4. So let's start with 5. No. 4. Ah, there it is. Okay. So why is that so tiny? I don't know. Why does it zoom the HUD as well? Huh. I don't think we got this last time. I think maybe having a newer version of OBS Ubuntu made this compile better. Interesting. It's also working really well too. Okay, let's recompile that with the higher resolution scale. Because I don't understand why that's so tiny. See what that does. Oh, this doesn't have the build command. Okay. Development is happening as loosely. Ooh, coffee is a good call, Dave Starbuck. There we go. Why? That's okay, sure, whatever. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, we need to rotate it 180. I should actually compile the software, not just edit it and then hope for, you know, magically somehow it recompiles. Has anything more Linux ever been spoken? This software in particular is very strange with the compiling. You might be able to change these settings, but they're not persistent. Okay, that'll work. That's thermal camera on the VGA capture computer. That's not bad. Okay, so we got most of the HUD off, so that's good. So now I will go down to, or I'll go to OBS here, all right? And we're gonna build the capture scene. So I'm going to I'm gonna enable studio mode. That way I don't mess up everything you guys are seeing. I'm gonna add thermal. Do it this way. Okay. Add, it is screen capture, isn't it? Even though I want it to be window capture. Right? No, Windows. Thermal camera redux. Okay. So there's that. Let's see, is your phone with a thermal camera, Bluetooth to PC to record this? So yeah, the camera is USB-C, and I just plug it straight into the computer, and then this is open source software that lets me directly read the data from the camera. I have a video all about how this setup works on my YouTube channel if you want to see more. Okay, video capture device. I guess we're stuck with Pipewire. Yay! HD 16. 1280, 720. Why is it not working? Let's just go V4L. Ruh-roh. Huh. Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. Let's get rid of it. One moment. I'm going to replug that directly into the computer. I'm going to grab a USB extension cable, though, because that camera is only 2.0. I tried to plug them both into a hub, which I think I learned last time does not work. So now this will reach however is needed. Oh no, I'm still recording. Drat. You, in theory, use prism from camera to combine thermal and normal. No. Because glass blocks IR. Okay, particular companies infuriated by that video demonstrating patent edge detection on top of thermal camera overlay. Yeah. I mean, oh boy, outtakes. I mean, someone could just watch the whole live stream too. Yeah, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Beam splitting glass is way more difficult to get a hold of. Like that is the bad solution. That's really not a good way to go about it. Why does Pipewire video suck so much? 15 frames per second? Are you serious? What? Why? Is it this? Why do I only have one option for this? This is awful. Pipewire is dumb. There's whole several minutes of live stream that aren't outtakes. Yeah. Oh, wow, it's not terrible. Who would have guessed? Okay, resolution. I am going to do wide just because that'll give me the most options for alignment. But I'm going to leave it at 720 because it's not going to matter at all. All right. Okay. Getting beam splitting glass is really hard for a hobbyist. That's what I mean. That's why that solution is not really workable. As a hobbyist, it is nearly impossible. I know, because I wanted to build my own teleprompter. And I looked and researched and tried to figure out all the ways I could do it. It wasn't going to happen. So when I say that, it's not just like, ah, I don't want to do it. It's like, I tried. Okay, that'll work there. Is it the Bear filtered? Bear aspirin? Okay, now I need a... oh, that's right. This gets dumb. I need a webcam. Add thermal webcam. This is really annoying. Copy. Paste. I can't remember if these are like actual duplicates or not. Just gonna remove this and hope that I can re-import it. Does this still work? Yes, good. Okay, actually, let me full screen that. Transform. Why can't I transform? That's weird. One moment, I'm gonna disappear. Weird, it just won't let me transform that. Not settings. Oh, I can't believe I didn't crash the stream there. Why? Is it because it's fake? No, it works. Maybe, I think it's a copy. I'm gonna remove it and re-add it. Okay, there. Now I can edit the transform. Yes, okay. Fit to screen. Okay, back to thermal. This is complicated because we need this twice. Okay. Scene, thermal camera, add. This is going to be our subtract. Scene, thermal camera, add, and then we group this for the dumb reasons that I covered. Sharpened. Okay, we're going to apply sharpening to this. Yeah, but if you look back at the video, the entire transform menu was grayed out. I couldn't change anything. All right, so all I have to do, crank sharpening. Bam, that's it. Now, blend mode, subtract. Okay, that looks crazy. What's different? Let's blend mode normal on that one. Let's try going the other direction. Add that up above, and then difference on that. Blending mode, subtract. Why is it not passing through? Huh. All right, one more scene. Mixed. Copy. Paste, duplicate. We'll just delete this entirely. I'm hoping that that makes this scene transparent. Add scene. Now it's thermal. Okay. There we go. Okay, that was really dumb. All right. That'll work. Now, why is this weird? It's like they are not even close to aligned anymore. How is the camera so rotated? Oh, the thermal camera image hasn't updated. What? It just froze. Okay, let's kill that. Relaunch. Okay. What happened? ls dev video. We got four. Okay, they're all there. What happened? this now 5? I think I should reconnect the thermal camera. Hold on. It was working. What happened? Well, I didn't unplug the cable to the thermal camera. I unplugged the cable to the webcam. Why is it 2 now? That doesn't make any sense. Whatever. Okay, fine. Recapture the window. Select Windows. That. Okay. Let's fit this to the screen. And now we need to get it roughly aligned. All right, so I lock the thermal camera view. And then that allows me to click this, then nudge it around on the canvas to better align it. So there we go. That will be the detail enhanced thermal camera view. Okay, got that back now. So back to the main scene. Add scene, mixed, got it. Now I can pop this up when needed. And we can have the thermal camera view live. So if I click transition, boom, there you go. You got the thermal camera on the main view with all the detail enhancement. Whoo! Big Crypto Cat, that is exactly it, yes. Okay. Now I can end studio mode because I can just hide or show that at will. And let's get rid of the screen capture. Okay. There we go. Okay, let me get, whew, man. Ugh. All right. Now this, let me just double check power supply setup. And it goes to something. No, well, that is correct there. On and on. Okay, probably using this one. We're gonna just check the voltage on the power supply setup at first. So I have clips coming out from my power supply here, and I'm probably gonna use something from my probe nonsense to connect this, actually. We got options. We got lots of options, actually. Feel like these clips are probably the most appropriate, but they also are very short. Wait, weren't there BNC extension cables? No, they're A to A cables. A to A, male to male. They're not that long either. You know, we'll use these. This will be fun, and I think should work out fine. So we'll go with those, and then the male to male BNC cables, and then we'll run that from my power supply. So actually, you know what? We can just plug them straight into the multimeter to start. Ah, dang it, my My banana jacks that go into my power supply don't allow the shielded ones to connect. Of course. Back to the awful clips. Unless I have a idea. I clipped the clips into the banana jacks. We won't show that part on the video. So that'll be our little secret, okay, everyone? Okay, let's check the voltage. All right, so I'm going to set the power supply to 3 volts, Paul Guy was saying, which should be very safe. I set to 0.02, 20 milliamps. That's enough to light an LED. The out, enable. No, that's not working. Is it the other power supply? Hold on, let me check the other power supply. Make sure to load the power supply. Well, we'll see. 3. No, I set 0.02, and then out, on, off. Which one why am I not getting anything out of these? Do I have the wrong connectors here? Huh, okay. We're not testing the computer yet. No. Okay, let's try this in a less stupid way first, just to make sure. Okay, there we go. Backwards, but yeah, whatever. All right, we're going to use whatever this is. This is the bottom one. Okay, so we're going to use this. So I should be able to plug these in here and get power. Oh, maybe I didn't plug them in deep enough. Okay, so that works. Okay, so that's our 10 milliamp or 20 milliamp 3 volt limited power supply. Okay. Okay, so I just spent some time setting back up my thermal camera view, and we're going to use that with the computer. And I have a 3 volt power lead coming from here, and I'm going to use these new probe clip things that I bought that are kind of overkill, and I'm going to attach these to the main board to supply power to the motherboard just on that 12 volt pin. And we're going to see if we can find the part heating up using a little bit more power than just the diode measurement test of the multimeter. You know what? It's a shame I can't locally record all of this as well here, but oh well. 2 hours late. Did you miss anything? We're about to do the most exciting thing. We're going to apply 12 volts of power directly to this IBM 5160 motherboard, or 3 volts of power directly to this motherboard to try and find a shorted cap. First thing I need to do is make sure that I have all of my video stuff aligned correctly. So we're going to do that first. We're about to get to the fun part? Yeah. Okay. So there is the view of the motherboard with the merged cam stuff. I want to get this a little higher up, I think. Okay, man, the camera merge really helps a lot here. Okay, let me realign that. Why is this so bad? Oh, because it's seeing the box under it too. I think they're just very different. Oh, well, it's going to have to be close enough. So, might not be enough power to make anything glow. This will be interesting. Well, we can slowly ramp it up. So, tantalum explosions. Really? It shouldn't. All right. I have to make very certain I do not touch the motherboard. That's also a really good angle because there are no reflections of heat off of that. So I like that a lot. There isn't enough power to cause an explosion here, just to be clear. Okay. Now to reiterate what is going on here, this is the 12-volt side of the AT power connector. The orange wire on this cable is the third pin in, which would be here. And then we have ground in the middle, and we have a dead short between 12 volt and ground on this motherboard. Now, I'm pretty sure it should not be like that. I guess I could go grab the other one and check really quick. So that is the voltage drop. So there is a measurement of the other 5160. We are not getting a short dead across. So there is something wrong with the other board. Oh. Only has 2 caps according to the schematic that you found. I haven't looked for that. Have you seen that technique where you look for lower resistances to find the short? I mean, I have a 4-wire meter, but this is the more fun way. This is the learning way. So all right. I am setting the voltage output on my power supply to be off. We're going to measure the voltage on the 12-volt rail here, so I'm going to connect.
LUCKYBOB 77 SI is engaged safety squint CHEER 100 end of line.
Lucky Bob, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, I'm connecting power to my multimeter probes because these... I'm connecting power to my multimeter probes here because these fit in here fairly well. So I'm going to put the 3 volts touching the 12-volt rail, and then ground touching, well, ground, of course. We'll be able to check voltage over here, and then we should see, hopefully, see something heat up just a little bit on the thermal camera view here. So let's give it power and find out. Am I seeing something over here, or is that a reflection? think that might be a reflection. I am not seeing a voltage on the meter because it's being shorted, so that kind of makes sense. But I'm also not seeing anything developing heat there. Can we switch the thermal cam view to real units? It doesn't matter. We're looking for relative differences. Go for 500 milliamps. Really? We still trying to heat it with the meter? No, we're just using the meter as an easier way of connecting and measuring stuff. So we are drawing 15 milliamps of current. I set the current limit to 20. Really hoping to see something heat up here. That is a reflection off of the crystal there. 15 isn't going to warm anything? All right. Orange wire, minus 12, negative 12 volts. No, it's plus 12, according to the pinout on the power supply. Blue is negative 12. Fine, 100, only 1.5 watts. All right, it's looking like I should increase the power a little bit. So I'm going to bump it up from 20 milliamps to 50 because I want to take baby steps. It did not increase the current draw at all. So I might be voltage limited. I don't know. It is a 12 volt rail, so I could pretty safely give it 5 volts, but probably relevant. Everything is shorted, isn't the orange wire? Oh, yeah, no problem. Hmm. So it's looking like this may not work as a solution. That's unfortunate. That would have been super cool. Why doesn't it work? Pretty sure this should be a valid solution. I'm going to, for giggles, VSet, it was set to 3. I'm going to set it to 3.5 to see if that allows more current. That changed nothing. It might be an overvoltage protection, actually. Let's double check the probe setup. I mean, all I'm going to have to do is just lift these. Well, that's strange. OV over current protect, maybe? Is that out on? Well, that's weird. Why are we only getting, so it's at 0.6 volts, essentially. Recheck resistance across the rails. Two ohms of resistance. Continuity mode checks that. Can you move the dangling black wire? No, I cannot. That goes to the webcam. It's just like in the way there. I mean, maybe I can do that, but that's it. Maybe the short did not go away. Figure supplies and protection, momentary thing. You don't trust any of the probes or cables at this time? I mean, that's a short. Okay, I found the reset. So set this back to voltage mode. That is 3.5 volts, as it should be. Output off. 5 volt, 1 amp time. Yeah. Okay. 12 volt pin. Ground. This connection's a little wonky. It could be better. So that is possibly part of the problem. Okay. That should do it. Okay. I'm going to set the voltage output back. Shorting the PSU probes directly create temperature diff. I don't know. That'll be... We should... I mean, actually, 2 ohms is really low. Like, that's the... It may not heat... This may not work. If it's shorted that hard, that's not going to be the highest resistance point, the tantalum, and it's just going to heat up the whole set of traces evenly. It shorted bad. It's 500 milliamp. All right, I'm going to set the output right now. Boom. It went into current protect mode immediately. I'll give it 100 milliamps. It immediately trips. I think it's too hard of a short. Thermal view is all washed out. I can't control the thermal view. That's just how the thermal view works. PSU 2 safe. You need PSU constant current mode, not constant current protection. Okay. This is the power supply I'm using. I'll hide the thermal cam for now. It has overcurrent protect something or another, and it also has over voltage protect. I can reset it, but then it immediately goes into OV. All right. I can set my current rating and I can set my voltage rating, but I think this is such a hard short that the power supply is saying no. I don't think it's not in overcurrent protect mode, I don't think. If I reset like that, yeah, it doesn't, it's still, yeah, it still errors. It does not like this connection. Do we have a way to make this a dumber power supply? Yeah, I think my power supply does not like the idea of just straight shorting something. 2D cell batteries. That's a super bad idea because that will be current uncapped. First, you thought that was a LOL button. So you have a dumb PSU table below the clever ones. I do not trust it for this application. Use a car battery. Should be well within your PSU's capabilities, though. I would think. Is it because I'm setting the current so low? Genuine question, okay? Would 500 milliamps be safe? I feel like it should be, but just genuinely. Yes? All right. I'll give it 500. I set 0.5. Reset. Disable OCP. Reset. Instantly trips. Yeah, see,
FUZY2K subbed as tier 1 and says, end of line.
Fuzzy2K, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 6 months there. I really appreciate that. There should be no tripping involved. PSU should go into current limiting mode. Yeah, I would. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing this, because I agree. I don't know what that does. In the line of catchphrase. What about the operating mode? Oh my gosh, it's impossible to pull these tabs out like this. You don't want to find the right mode? Yeah. Looks to be, what's the current? It's set to 500 milliamps. Shift OCP will enable disable overcurrent. There is no shift button. What is shift? Yeah, I think it's set to overvolt mode, but the V set is set to 3.4. Should I set it to 5? I mean, it's a 12 volt rail. .5 is plenty. This power supply might just be weird. I don't know. That's why I use really stupid PSUs. It is why I own one. Disable output, look at whether the arrow points. Well, if I do that, out, off, it sets to disable. reset, clear. It just says disable. I can unplug it out on constant voltage over here. If I short the two probes, overvolt. Unshort, goes back to that. Then I have to reset. Try the other PSU, they're the same. Just for giggles. VSET, 5, enter, short, overvolt. I think it was said there's only 2 tantalums on the board that are on the 12-volt rail. So maybe I should just remove those. Yeah, I thought... I didn't know this was the behavior of this. I thought it would just go. Like, what's the... This is annoying. Remove the barrier block from the output. Connect short circuit jumper between the plus and minus. I don't know. Yeah, Ben, that's what I'm saying. I just don't know which 2 it is. So maybe I should look for schematics for this thing instead. Only 1 tantalum on the 12-volt rail. The other is ceramic. C56 is what you're looking for. Well, I see it. That was easy to find. I mean, if that's it, then maybe this would be it. All right. Gonna give up on the thermal camera power supply solution because apparently my power supplies like to go into overvolt protection mode when trying to just send power at constant current mode like that. I don't know, it's weird. So it might be just C56 is the only tantalum capacitor on the 12-volt rail. So we're gonna lift it. You would normally lift 1 leg of one of these, but these are the stupid 3-leg caps that have, I think it's negative in the center, then 2 positives on the outside. So basically we're just gonna remove it, and then we'll see if it's shorted. And then if it is, the board might just work without that cap, but I'll also see if I have a suitable replacement on hand. But we can at least find out if that cap is shorted. Cut it off. I have a vacuum desoldering gun on that. I'm going to start letting that all charge up. What's the reason for the eye set in the PSU? If it's just for tripping, no CC mode, it's awkward. I don't know, because I've definitely used it in constant current mode before. It might just not like this test. I don't know. This is definitely something where we're going to have to do a little bit more messing around with this at a later date. Okay, fancy pants, yeah. Just not a fan of the, just cut it off method there. That's not my style. What'll be cool is if the power supply is actually good, because it was just doing short protect. That would be really sweet. All right, so this supposedly, C56 here, is the only cap on the 12-volt rail. So let's see if we can measure that as being connected there. Set this to just continuity mode. So basically, all 3 pins on this should short to ground if it is that one. Yep. And just for comparison, C55 right next to it. Oh, that one might be a ceramic actually because it's only 2 pin. So C66 Yeah, it does not behave the same. So these two So these two caps here seem to be the only ones on the 12-volt rail. So we're going to remove this one because that's the tantalum, and we'll see if it's shorted. If it is, we could probably power the computer without it because, yeah, it's probably just a really basic little filter cap. It's not doing anything significant or analog. So we should be able to try powering the system without that and see what happens. Let's get a little bit of fresh solder on there to help this out. Let's get a lot of bit of fresh solder to help it out. Oh, this is a ground plane. That's just going to be tricky no matter what. So I'm guessing positive center, negative outside. Because, yeah, it's been a little bit trickier on those outer pins. All right. And it's still... Wow, that ground plane is not messing around. Yeah, I just fixed the stream, I know.
Belgium says welcome back from the land of the FCHEER 100. End of line.
Should really just have to get this last leg more towards the middle to release, but it just does not want to. Let me get some more thermal mass on there. Try to get it to go. Come on. It's loose. There we go. Got it. Those were technically sprocketed, but dang, that was That was rough. I'm going to clean that one from the top side. Closer. Okay, so that cap is removed. Let's see. That is one shorted tantalum. Yep. And if we measure the 12-volt rail now, no more short. We may have just fixed this computer. It wasn't recording! Why? All right, I just had to go. All right, I gave up on the thermal camera method because apparently my power supply doesn't like going into constant current mode. And I pulled C56 and it is shorted between the inside and outside legs. Now, if you've never seen one of these before, the tantalums on the IBM 5150 are a weird 3-pin device like this, which has positive in the outside and then 2 negatives on the outside. At least is what it seems like based on the ground plane in there. And all 3 pins are now shorted. So the inside has failed short to the 2 outside pins. What that means is after removing that, I should no longer get beautiful. A short between the 12-volt pin and ground. So, with that, we most likely just fixed the computer. So, let's get this thing, I guess, fully reassembled now and see if it'll start. Although I am going to have to put an MDA card in it. So you can't mount them in wrong? I mean, I guess, but it's still weird. But yeah, that was annoying. Should we still replace the cap? What value is it? 10 microfarad, 16 volt. It realistically is not going to matter, but 10 microfarad is a pretty common value. But don't worry when I actually start recording, because I'm not recording it right now, I'll say 10 UF, just because, man, it drives nuts when I say that. Or drives people nuts. They hate it. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. So many people try to correct me. It's like, do you really think I'm going to say 10 mu F? Like, because I know what it is. You say 10 ohms, not 10 omegas. All right, here we go. From Voodoo 3s. All right, recording. All right, just for giggles, actually, I'll verify that it is negative on the outside, positive on the inside, because I found some surface mount 10 microfarad, sorry. Now, I just went looking for giggles, and I'm going to verify the pinout here, that it's negative on the outside, positive on the inside, because I just found some 10 UF 16-volt caps here that are aluminum electrolytic surface mounts. That should work just fine in there, and then I won't have to worry about this being replaced later. So we can put a cap back in here. It'll just be a surface mount, which will be kind of hilarious. But yeah, that should work for this. Baited himself? Yeah, I know. I kept talking about it, and then I screwed it up. Anyway, validate the pinout. Okay, so outside should be ground. Yep, yep. Inside not. That's 12. Okay. Yeah, actually, I could make these through hole, couldn't I? Just double check since I got you guys here. I'm pretty sure I have this right. It is negative line on these, right? Just to double check. How many parts will be edited in the video? Black line is neg. Okay, just making sure because some of these are weird. It was pointed out to me in chat that you can actually bend the legs up and away on this surface mount cap. So I could, in theory, mount this as through hole still. So I might just try that here. So yeah. Only tans the wrong way around? All right. And here, one moment. Spooky, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 32 months. I appreciate that. Remove the plastic piece? I mean, I guess, fine. Dude, just a little regular tiny cap. It's hilarious. All right, I formed out the legs just a little bit to make this easier to mount, and that'll do. Feel like I'm the only idiot who's ever put an electrolytic in place of a tantalum, but that's what I got. You know, I keep looking for a thing over here, and I keep not finding it. It would be real handy for this one. Oh, I don't see it. Oh, well. I wish I had some of that poster tack stuff, and I would put it on the side there to make this easier to mount. But instead, I'll just hold it in with my finger as I flip this over. Focus. Focus is perfect on that. Maybe earlier, though. This one's going to be rough to focus. All right, that'll hold that in. Get better soldering on there. And there we go. That should, in theory, be fixed. All right. Now we just need to get it reassembled. Do all the tanks this way to prevent the other ones from shorting in the future? I could, but I really don't want to right now. Yeah, I'm gonna send it. I've not actually experienced this issue with any of my IBMs. That this has had one fail is an indication that it could happen more. But for now, we're gonna just pretend that that's not a problem. Did you check all the power rails for a short? I believe I did. We'll just double check real quick. If the cap was open, why would it heat up? No, it was shorted. So the cap was closed. Power was flowing directly through the cap as DC. So here's 5-volt rail. Totally fine. Now log the shorted cap. Wait, can I edit that page? You to post VC fed, and then they'll add it. Yeah, I can do that. Not immediately, but yeah, later. Of course, then any of them can go, but C56 was just replaced, and C58 on the -12 are the two usual problem childs. All right, well, that's good to know. All right, with that, let's go ahead and get the system put back together and find out if this works now. This is where the time lapse of rebuilding the computer happens. Bench tested before rebuilding? I think not. If I YOLO it, it's guaranteed to work because it knows that I won't have time to disassemble it. That's how it works. Hardware like this is very courteous. Oh, this is going to suck because these are going to slide all around and they're not going to be in the right spots. Oh, this is great. I think you broke my sarcasm meter. Oh my gosh. I got them all to align perfectly first try. It's a sign it's gonna work. The real reason I'm doing this is because you have to put so many cards back into the thing that I really don't want to deal with that all being out and loose because I've had worse luck with that. Make a sleeper build with Threadripper in. That's if it doesn't work. Shorted cap in the power supply. Yeah, I think I have that going on. I have two 5150 power supplies stacked back here that I've been meaning to order caps that I cap mapped like 2 years ago now. Man, time is evil. Because, yeah, they're not great. Also, definitely not shorting the motherboard, by the way, because those plastic standoffs, it couldn't short if it wanted to. It's raised up on the rails over the plastic parts. So, yeah, it's totally fine. The YouTube stream is delayed for chat because of the way the YouTube API works. Elsewise, they're getting the exact same video feed, so it's out of my hands. Third shade of blue in your Lego. That is kind of annoying. Well, let's start these by hand. Shelby hogging all the extra 5150 PSUs? No. The two behind me came out of my 5150s. I have two 5150s that don't have power supplies now as a result. They were not replaced by others. They're just ones out of computers I have. Although I did order one clone King Pow brand power supply that I think I got from Jared, who, if is watching, will know who I mean. And maybe I got it from him. I think so. But yeah, that was my foothold into getting a new part to make something happen with a 5150 so I could finally get something working. Because I'm going to end this video with this. Basically, every single problem that you could have with trying to buy a random 5150 has happened here. Wrong monitor for the wrong video card, configured wrong on the motherboard, with a bad motherboard. Like, this power supply failing is just the last thing that's missing for the common possible issues you could face trying to get into this kind of hardware. So the acquisition of this computer and trying to get it up and running was doomed from the start. It was never going to happen. And having extra hardware to test and do things just, yeah, made a huge difference. Check it for refas. I'm not opening that if I don't have to. It's very unlikely that it has refas in it. Memory's going to be bad. It's possible. Why that motherboard has been physically modified. If she doesn't post, you'll need to check that modification. What modification? Is that the two painted chips? Or is it the socketed AMD part by the CPU? $640K memory modification? You're right. I was looking at the RAM chips earlier, and I was thinking, why aren't those 4164s? And it didn't even occur to me that that could be a thing. So I was right. Those are not original RAM chips. So, good job me, but I didn't catch why. Cool. So it's weird. But on the plus side, the person who owns this doesn't have to try and hunt down a RAM card, as long as it works. But that's a very good catch there. Did I get the IBM PC Junior? Recently? No, I don't know if you're referring to anything in particular, but I do have one, and may have even made a name for myself in the PC Junior community with the ATX to PC Junior power supply adapter. Cool, so it's weird on the plus side. It's weird. Yeah, pretty much. We're going to start with just video floppy and motherboard. lowest risk possible setup, not put the hard drive in there. Pinged you on Discord about it? All right. I do appreciate that. Does PSU have Riva caps in it? I didn't check. I'm not going to check, and the answer is most likely no. Although, didn't someone say it was made by Aztec? I don't know where you got that. If it is made by Aztec, then there might be Rifas. Okay, I'm going to take the MDA card out of the computer I tested the monitor with, and I'm going to put it in there because that's a known good video card. Just rule out the possible options or failure points here. Okay, so I have motherboard connected to power, floppy all set up, floppy controller, that thing. The switches are set to off for 5 and 6, so the motherboard is set to MDA mode. So we'll just connect the keyboard, boom, and the monitor, and then we can fire this thing up and see if it works. Where did I put the monitor? Why did I put it so far away? I will mention at this point, as I'm plugging in the power supply, that the power supply is untested, but it's difficult to test these power supplies because they sense the load. So if you don't have enough load on them, they just don't turn on. So it's really only possible to test it with good hardware. I have tested some by just connecting a hard drive to them, but we're just going to go with this for now because I'm pretty sure we found all of the actual problems. And with that, here we go. Boom! It works. Now, I found out while reassembling it, because I had someone come in here and tell me about this, it's gonna go past 256K there, because the RAM that I saw that looked a little weird, I didn't say this out loud, but I was confused why they weren't 4164s. Turns out it's been modified to have 640K on the main board, which is pretty sweet. Because you won't need a RAM card taking up a slot now, and it's just like maxed out, ready to go. So this will tap out at 640K here. Boom. That computer is ready to rock. I forget what 601 is. Well, we'll look that up. But yeah, it counted out all 640K. It counted out all 640K of RAM, but yeah, had a 601 error there, which is probably just booting or something. Floppy controller faulty? Yeah, there's a couple of options on that. .601 is drives. I don't know what it's expecting for the drive layout, but I might have messed with it. Score. Machine works. But you have a jumper for dual floppy and only installed one. That would be hilarious and almost certainly it. It would be hilarious because it was configured with a hard drive, but I would just totally believe that someone put it in there all wrong. One moment. Just trying to bring up the -60, -0 degrees page. Dude, where is it? on. Let me just bring this up for you. This one? Yeah, okay. Today, switches. Boom. No. Boom. There we go. Okay. So, and there was no beep because I didn't plug in the speaker, by the way. People mentioned that, but yeah. Okay. 7 and 8 for one. 7 and 8 are both set to on. So that should have worked. All right. Dude, this is a pain in the butt. Okay. It's floppy disk error. Yeah, I'm just trying to find floppy drive problems. Okay, click here, associated, TM. Oh, wait, no, that's going to be about the floppy drives. Yeah, we don't want that. Okay. We are far away from testing the hardware right now, by the way. Don't think there's anything that's... Yeah. 5160 error codes. I just want to look at what the possible fixes are going to be. Ah, stupid modern... Oh, 60. There we go. Okay. 601. 601 does not mean that the floppy drive doesn't... The lack of a 601 does not. Oh, okay. 601 displayed on create. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of problems. Only tests drive A instead of physical drive 0. Floppy controller card faulty. Dirty edge connectors. Motherboard edge connector conflicts. In contact expansion slot. Floppy cable faulty. Yeah, floppy drive missing. Okay. So, bunch of floppy stuff that it could be here. Let's just go through it. It's a... You know, I kind of wish it wasn't 640k modded now, because it's going to take forever to test all the problems. Because it has to count through the entire 640k of RAM every single time. No, I did connect a floppy drive. Well... Okay, I know what the problem is. Pebcac. I put the floppy cable on backwards, so it flipped the wrong cables. You cannot skip the RAM test, no. If you get modded BIOS, you can skip the RAM test, but we don't have that. But I put the floppy cable on backwards, so it flipped the wrong pins for the motor control. That explains why the connector didn't feel like it went the correct way. Okay. This will solve it. We're going to reboot one more time to just record it. But yeah, that'll be the fix. All right, I think I know what the problem with the floppy 601 error was, so we're going to boot this one more time, see that it doesn't have that problem. So, comrade, normal non-idiotic computers don't have power on the floppy ribbon cable, because that's stupid and terrible and no one should do that. It's basically only Tandy's. So yeah, no, it didn't send power in the wrong way. Floppy cable not fitted correctly. Yeah, that is one of the things there, isn't it? So sad, no coffee. Error 601 again? What? Now I'm confused. Yeah, it's not trying to seek the drive either. If I Control-Alt-Delete from here, will it give me the same error? Where's delete? Okay. It's set for the correct number of drives. The drive is on the last line of the cable. Little bit of resistance on the hub.
CHER 100 is the floppy card in slot 8. End of line.
No, it can't be physically. I know what the problem is. My gosh, how can this have every single possible issue? Seriously, this is like this was a trap meant to be a test of whether or not you know how to diagnose a 5160. Jeez. I'm not being pranked, right? There's no jumper for drive select 0 on the, the settings block for the tandem drive. So yeah, the drive is never showing up as DS0. That's what's going on. That's why it's not seeing the drive. Who removes the jumper on the drive? So for reference, here's another tandem drive. That's the jumper. And yes, it should be in position 3 there, it looks like. So yeah, I'll just make a new jumper, put it on that drive, and then it should be fine, I guess. Dude, it's like... Found the missing jumper like an hour faster than I would have. I deal with tandons raw, just loose so much that it occurred to me to look for it. Both drives need it. Yeah, it has the resistor pack. You technically only need one of those. But yeah, you need the jumper. It's 5160. Wanted to test its owner to find out if they're truly worried. Only didn't count on them asking for help. Jeez, man. This is just rough. That was a little... That was not short enough. All right. Okay. Boot it up one more time here, I guess. Well, hopefully it makes for an entertaining video. No, I wouldn't expect the caps to explode. Don't start cleaning things before you have it all working, just as a general rule of thumb. Spend your time on the things that matter the most. Okay, I should hear and see the drive attempt to seek here. Once it hits 640. Well, it didn't error. That was strange. It didn't error, though. The speaker's still unplugged. I should probably plug that in. Maybe it's an on your side repair. So yeah. Looks like the floppy needs a bit of service. It might, actually. Because the hub motor, little stiff. That could be lubricated. The steppers might need to be as well. I can't control alt delete out of basic, unfortunately. This is the basic ROM, yes. All right, hold on. I'm going to try Ben's thing of setting it to only use 128K of RAM, and then I want to watch the floppy drive. Keyboard interface failed as well. No, the keyboard works. Well, I mean, I didn't try typing there. I just didn't want to Control-Alt-Delete. I don't know. This keyboard's weird. It may not send the correct Control-Alt-Delete stuff. So, okay. On switches 3 and 4, it should be on and on to only enable bank 0. Okay, so that should only count up to 128K now, I guess. Set it to XT mode. I don't think there's a switch for that. So the 5160 did remove save load with cassette, but like nothing at all utilized that, so it's not really relevant. Okay. Oh yeah, I should have plugged in the thing for you guys. Okay, please start counting. Or is it just, did it count so fast I didn't even see it? Okay. All right, hold on. I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to start recording again. I'm going to plug in the speaker. I'm plugging in the speaker before I forget. That way we can at least get some kind of beep on startup. And I'm watching the floppy drive this time. I didn't see the floppy drive try to access once. Let me double check a tandem drive that I know is jumpered correctly. Make sure I didn't pick up like the worst possible reference drive. No, it's third one. I'm gonna swap in a different tandem drive and try this. Counted as 64K, not 128. Close enough. I don't really care. Okay, I will expect this drive to do something once it gets past the RAM count now. This is known good drive. Bam. Why is the other drive not doing that? So bad Tandem TM102A. That's unfortunate. Let's have a look, see if anything jumps out at me. So my jumper is in the correct position. It also stopped complaining about that. Connectors 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20, 13. We'll assume that that's right. 12. Wait a minute. 12, 12. Dude, are you kidding me? Did they plug power into one of the head read circuits? I swear, this couldn't be more weirdly messed up. What? I don't know why this one's labeled 20. Let's just ignore that for right now. I'm going to assume, wait, 28. Why is there one more connector on this than this one? This is just, what? I don't know what this is. There's one more connector on here than there should be. 20 goes down here. The drive is completely misconfigured. All of there's stuff not even connected to the board down here. What on earth? Let's pull the drive out. Let's take a look at it. My gosh, this is the worst computer ever. Dude, I swear, when I started this video and I said that it's really easy to get trapped on these IBMs, I did not know this thing was going to be this badly built. I also will not be surprised if this floppy drive does not work after this. Yeah, Doc's Holiday, all of the cables are basically wrong. I think every single one of the cables on that tandem drive are wrong. This computer is not mine. It is from, if you were here yesterday, it's from the same person who owns the boombox. This is their first IBM computer, and I offered to work on it after it didn't boot, and good grief, man. Run away fast then? Yeah, really. Okay, where did I chuck my pliers? Because I want to work on my little jumper thing again some more here. I think this is sitting on them. No. Did I drop them?
CHER 100. I'm sure the owner wanted to give you content opportunity. End of line.
Yeah, really. They intentionally sabotaged it as much as they possibly could. Shelby has learned this week to never volunteer to fix friends anything. There, the leg of a resistor or capacitor or something I'm using on that drive is a little thicker than it should be, so it doesn't fit great. Okay, so here is what is wrong with this drive, if it wasn't really easy to see inside the case. On the back of a tandem drive, there are a bunch of cables that go to the motor control and sensors and the heads and stuff. And on the drive that was in the computer, every single one of these cables is plugged in wrong except for this one. So I think we lucked out, maybe. I believe this is power output from the power board here. So maybe it didn't send power down the wrong pins on the drive. But I'm going to rebuild this one to the same arrangement as this. But good grief, man. This is the worst. Please notice the ones labeled 21 are also put wrong. 21? You mean the one I just did there? Yeah. So wait, the wires and the connectors be wrong as well? They repinned the cables? Oh my gosh. Okay. I think that's now correct. So 12, 12, 20, 20, 13, 13, 12, 12, 11, 11, 10, 10, 9, 9, 8, 8. And I have the appropriate gaps between the connectors, which they didn't have either. So maybe this will work. I don't know. Well, actually, good news. This was connected. Ooh, yeah. So they routed, I believe, power input back over to maybe one of the head inputs. Yeah, it may have done some damage. I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, man, it's just so dumb. But all right. Should have fixed that, I guess. You know what? I'm not putting it fully back in there. We're going to just set it on top because there's a real good chance this drive is not going to work now just because it's toast. Check the connectors on the front of the drive. Yeah, I'll check that they're correct. 6 on the outs. Someone in my chat was like, hey, you should check the front ones too. Yeah, they even managed to flip those. 5 and 6 are flipped on the front of this. Are you kidding me? Every one of them? And sorry there, Dogface. But thank you for the tier 3 sub. Holy moly. And for 28 months. I really appreciate that. But yeah, this thing is killing me. Yeah, 5 there, 6 there. Good Lord. If this drive survived, it's a champion. Yeah, no kidding. Watch, now the tantalums explode because the power's actually going to where it should be. So the ROM in the socket the right way. If I hadn't seen it boot with my very eyes, I would go check. Okay, power, data, card, let's get the monitor plugged in. I'm so glad I'm recording all this. No one would believe me if I said this happened. See, 1080p 60, and I kind of make out what's happening on stream now. What's this? Stream of the budget? I'm using H.265 over the art card. It's still technically only 720p, so I should probably drop that down on the server, because every time I bump it up to 1080p, it chokes. But yeah, oh my gosh. Hopefully they didn't monkey with the physical calibration. All the screws look like they still have the Loctite in place, so yeah. I saw it, I don't believe you exactly. Okay. I think that's everything now. I'm going to get my one good drive out of here so it doesn't catch any cooties or whatever from this thing. We should see this drive move now after it boots. I'm going to flip it on the other side so we can watch the motors and stuff spin. If this is a little sluggish, I won't be surprised. This feels a little tight. You know, all the things like, maybe it could just use some minor lubrication. Yeah, that's not the kind of problems we're dealing with here. This is just someone maniacal reassembled this. But video, power, other power, floppy, all connected. Let's see if that drive is living or not. Yes! We don't know that the heads are good, though. I don't think I have a good IBM boot disk to test with that I am willing to risk. But at least tried to read from the drive. Oh my gosh. Okay. So we still don't know that the head amps are dead or not. But that's a problem I can't really solve no matter what. So, okay, we're gonna reassemble it. Oh my gosh, this has been just stupid. We're gonna reassemble this. I will run a cleaning disk through the drive. Oh, that's right, we still have the hard drive to test. Okay, there is a drive 0 connector and a drive 1 connector. It looks like those are actually correct on here. The pins of the cables, 1 and 1, okay, those are right. I don't know that they're right on the drive. So pin 1 marked on there. Yes, they are. Okay, so the cables are all correct on the drive and the MFM controller, somehow. We'll put this back in and we'll see if this boots with the drive. Okay. This computer is the worst machine I've ever seen in my life. So incompetent, didn't even manage to kill the drive? Yeah, really? So because you tried to put it... Hey, in my defense, the motherboard worked first try. I didn't have any problems with that. Oh my gosh, this is awful. RAM, the RAM test runs good. I should reconfigure it for the correct amount though. So the jumpers 3 and 4, right? Yeah, 3 and 4. Let's do that while they're easy to get to. Oh my gosh. I was kind of leaving it set that way because we keep having to reboot it over and over again. But yeah, just so I can't forget. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to take out the cards because I can't screw it in with cards installed. Oh. Yeah, you can still mostly get to the switch at all times, but it doesn't hurt to do it now. My jumper really does not want to stay in there. I'm going to replace that with a thinner one. It keeps falling out, and I'm not liking that. Ugh. How come no grounding strap? It is not necessary right now with what all I'm currently doing. Okay. Let's see. Grab one of the not thickest ones ever made here. That one I've soldered on, so not that one. Oh, that one's... Nope, that's not the one. This one. Oh, that one's really good. Okay, there we go. Why does this PC not work? The answer is yes. So now we explode the caps on the hard drive. Maybe. Who knows? I don't think so, though, because I have seen the hard drive powered. And I don't foresee it doing that now. Although the power supply was shorted, now that I think about it, so it didn't actually power anything. Engaging anti-tantalum shields. They're all on the bottom, it's fine. How many IBM motors does it take to change a light bulb? Only one, but they have to buy the light bulb adapter cards. It's more like only one, but they also have to own 6 other ones to be able to test against and have worked on them for years, so they know all sorts of little weird things to look out for. Like, imagine if I hadn't developed some kind of weird fascination with Tandon TM100 2As, I would not have noticed those cables being wrong. Wrong graphics, bad cap, bent motherboard, ludicrous floppy connection, what's left? Yeah. Turns out the hard drive, they flipped the polarity of the motor hub, and now the platter spin backwards. Shouldn't joke like that? Yeah, no kidding. I'm going to recommend the person who has this computer just get some clone Hercules card. I think that'll be the best option. It'd be way better than the MDA card. Because those are pretty easy to get. Should be a much better experience on this monitor. So at least that part won't be hard to get. What's that HDD controller? The card's sitting loose still as a hard drive controller, but the one I just put in is the display adapter. I think an Exorcist might be a better recommendation. All right, I've got all the existing tested, known good hardware back in. So now it's time to find out what the deal is with the hard drive. So I'm going to feed this back in. You know what? No, we can... the power cable's a little short. So I'm going to feed this back in through the front. We'll get it connected. The power cable coming from the power supply is a little short. I don't feel like putting it somewhere too weird. So we'll just put it back in the correct spot and then kind of just hope it works. It looks like the connectors for the MFM interface are correct, shockingly. I just keep dropping that card. Shockingly, so it should work out, but we'll see, because nothing else has worked out with this machine, that's for sure. By the way, Tandon, this is how you make a drive. You put the power connector on the top. Just gotta, you know, call that out. It's a 40-year-old gripe. I need the screws for the drive now. I may have lost the screws for the hard drive. Very odd way to install hard drive. Also, don't remember. Oh, there's the faceplate. Okay. Move that back. There's 1 and 2. Okay, there's the hard drive screws. All right, stubby screwdriver because it has Phillips. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we're just ready. Get it all plugged in. Find out what new horrors await. Just saying stuff out loud to scare away the demons. Bad sectors. I mean, I can't fix a dead hard drive, so pretty much anything beyond this is out of my control. It would just be cool if it worked. There is a non-zero chance that it's gonna, boot, get to DOS, and be all happy. I don't rate that highly, but I'll be ready to be able to use a computer just in case. Okay, keyboard, monitor. This is the hard drive controller. It's in there. It is fully seated. It just doesn't look like it. Drive's in there. Drive has power. I think we're ready. Let's find out what the status of the hard drive is. It's definitely spinning up. I've never looked into jumper configurations. I'm hearing the head do stuff, and I have no idea what the drive just did, but it made a bunch of sound. I did set it back to 640K just so that it can boot whatever. If that drive works, man. All right, here we go. Tried to boot the floppy. I bet it's going to drop to basic. Yeah, okay. How do I make it boot from the hard drive? Unless the hard drive's just bad. There's an access light on the hard drive. I could try and change that. Or try and watch that. So I'm looking at the jumper settings. I don't see anything that looks like it would be for a hard drive. So I would expect the MFM controller to basically add a boot option ROM, like how the XTIDE works. So it should boot based off of that. But for all I know, the MFM controller is misconfigured and it doesn't work. So I don't really know. All right, I'm just gonna look at the drive controller card, see if anything jumps out at me or I can find information on it. There's a bunch of jumpers all over. It is a Western Digital card from 1984. So let me just look this up. see if I can find any configuration information on it. I'm surprised there's any jumpers on it at all, because at this point I would just expect them all to have been ripped off and thrown away. How would I park the heads? I can't run a command to. Shouldn't the BIOS give an error if it's configured to boot HD? HD is absent. It may not be configured to boot from hard drive. I don't know. Okay, not that one. This one. Okay. I would have to know what the command is. There's no way for me to park the drive there. Okay. What is this? It is a WD 100 2S-WX2. Wind tester. It's just... Okay. Here is the drive controller. Blah, blah, blah. Give me jumpers. Give me jumpers. For all I know, this drive controller and hard drive aren't even compatible. Silent Searchlight, oh gosh, I forget what it's called. It's something like Necromancer. There is a dedicated thing for MFM drives, but I don't own one. They're like $250. I have not pulled the trigger yet. I really should. I don't see jumper config stuff. Where is this OCR'd? Oh, it is actually. Okay. We'll check for jumper in a second. Yeah, Majenko, that's it. That's the one. It can both read drives and emulate them. It does both. No, MF drives are quite literally the opposite of IDE. IDE stands for Integrated Device Electronics. Basically, this card is built into the drive. That's the difference. Dude, there's nothing about jumpers in this manual. What? Oh, wait, here we go. Switch jumper block. Oh, here we go. Right at the end. Okay. Okay. For Western digital manufacturing use only is W1, W2. Okay, where are those at? Just want to make sure I ignore those. Okay, they're right by the main drive controller. Okay. W3, closed by etch jumper, enables BIOS ROM. So W3 should be closed. Okay, it actually has a jumper. We are not AV1. We can't be AV1 until something changes with FFmpeg or the Intel drivers. Okay, W4 selects the boot. So it should be 2.3 on W4. W4 is 2.3. W5, select ROM size. Pin 1, 2 must be cut out. Okay, that is intact on the card. Okay, 8-head configuration, W6, I don't know. Not used, requires custom BIOS. Okay. So W6 might be wrong. So I'm looking at the manual here, and specifically I'm looking at W6. 2.3 is the 8 head configuration. 1.2 is 16 head configuration and requires a custom BIOS ROM and a something other or another drive chip. Now there is a ROM here, and 1.2 is set. So it is possible that this jumper is in the wrong position, or maybe not. I'm not sure. But that one seems a little weird. If not, the controller BIOS isn't running. We can see if we get an enterprise error. But let me finish reading all these. Okay, W7 is just straight up missing a jumper. Switch 1, position 8 must also be jumpered, closed, and W7 must be cut out. Okay, so that's hard jumpered, so that should not have one. What's wrong with this computer setup? I know, it's just, I can't even believe it. Okay, now for the capacity. Oh, good, it actually tells us. So Seagate 225 is a standard format drive that it supports. Okay, it's 4 heads. Eight head configuration. What's with the head configuration? Why would we ever need 16? Yeah, it really seems like that W6 might be wrong. So 4 heads on a 225. Okay, I'm trying to assess how this works. So, okay. Switch 1, jumper block configuration. We're on J2, which I'm pretty sure is drive 0, but not 100% sure. Probably should be glad IBM system's not based on 46 CPU that notoriously have a ton of jumpers. Yeah, no, those are terrible. Yeah, so if W6 is wrong, which it really seems like it is, so I'm just going to go ahead and move that over. But I'm trying to figure out this really quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. So for this, we would need another for drive 1 or drive 0. So I think it's just wrong. So my assessment here is that these are the positions on the switch block. Let me, where does it say the, okay, J2 equals drive 0, J3 drive 1. We're on J2. Drive 0. We currently have it set to 26 megabytes when it should be 20. So this is wrong. So I'm going to move that jumper to the correct position. It was on 3. I'm moving it to 4. Okay. So maybe between those two changes, we'll have made progress. So, okay. Let's pop this back in and find out what happens. Does this suppose? No, nothing about this should have worked ever. Oh my gosh, this is the worst computer of all time. Okay. Firing it up. Let me get the thing out of your guys' way. All right, with maybe the correct config, firing it up. I don't like those sounds of the head, but whatever. What BIOS does the card have on it? I have no clue. Oh, I'm going to stand over here and see if the drive lights up at all. I saw the light flash. So it tried to do something. And then it gave up, and it's booting from the floppy. Okay. Well, it tried to boot from floppy. Now it's going to boot from... What?! What?! Out of everything, I would have, like, expected the drive not to work. I mean, there we go. DOS 622. Dude, this is insane. I cannot believe it. Wow. Well, all right, that's 100% fully working now. Completely functional, 100%. I can't believe it. The only thing left to do here is reinstall this thing and get it as far away from me as I possibly can. Or actually, let me say it again. The only thing left to do now is to get it fully reassembled and then get away. Man, I'm so like bleh. For everyone asking about backing up the drive, there's no way for me to do that because it's MFM. The best I could do is just copy the files over. And that's not trivial. Here, while you guys can't see, I'll just It's got DOS, Quicken, Lottery, there's all ScanDisk, Log, FastX. I didn't see anything crazy on there. So it's meh. No XTIDE, use Interlink. Well, we're not getting to that today. It's not happening. You can just stop asking, okay? We don't have time for it. Okay. Now let me do this transition to it being put back together. All right, okay, so with it working, the only thing left to do now is just put it all back together and then get it as far away from me as possible because this is just the worst computer ever. I can't believe it all works, but yeah, just get it back together now while it's still working. Okay. I'm not prepared to get files onto the machine, set up another machine to connect to copy the files to. I mean, I know I have the other XT right over there, but we're not doing that right now. Is it possible to configure this thing for MDA? Just gonna look real quick. cool to not have to put my card in there for now. Oh, you can't scroll on that history. Why can't I? Can to bring that up. Okay. So, also known as DFI MG150. Okay, I just want to see if there's any way to configure this thing as MDA.
Dash Spaukin says signed off, switched it off, and never boots again, colon dash DCHER 100. End of line.
Yeah. MDA Hercules. Well, that looks like that thing. Okay. Maybe it can do it. And Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, is there documentation for this jumper manual? It's the same one. Monochrome, 2 and 3 closed. What's open though? Is bottom closed or what? All right, I couldn't help myself. I looked up the card again. I found a different name for it to be sold under, and it again looks like it should be 2 and 3 closed for monochrome. And this version of this card is being described as MDA Hercules. So I think I'm going to try putting the jumpers on 2 and 3 and seeing if it can display on the 5151 using this card, because then I don't even have to give them the MDA card as a loaner. It'll just work with this. So that would be pretty sweet. So I'm just going to put this one down here and then move this jumper up because I think that's shorted. Maybe, you know, actually I think I have that backwards. I think I need to move these two down. The document just says pins 2 and 3 shorted or not. And these are the ones, but they don't say whether down is shorted or up is shorted. So I don't know. But anyway, I'm going to pop this in there and see if it works. Nothing's going to happen to the MDA monitor if it doesn't, so this is a pretty safe test. But let's just see if we can make this card work in there. It's still on MDA. It's never not been on MDA because I've only used MDA displays with this machine today. Keyboard so it doesn't 301. Although if it can display 301, I'm satisfied. All right, here it is with 2 and 3 down and 1 up. If this doesn't work, I'll invert it. All right, we're good. The card was jumpered wrong for the monitor. The card that was in the machine does work with it. I'm going to wait for it to boot, and then I'm going to see if there's a park command for the hard drive as well, actually. Are there jumpers on the floppy controller? No, not that I can see. Because I feel like if there were, they would have even screwed with those at this point. Just like, my gosh. So everything jumper wrong, everything cable wrong in the computer? Yeah, basically. Yeah. And the Talon broke my chance. Yeah, really, Season B. That makes sense, Matrox. I think I know I've done it. I think I was able to boot XTIDE alongside an MFM controller when I got my 5160 and copied the files off that way. I might try and look into doing something like that for this system. I can borrow it again later to image the stuff on there. But yeah, for right now, for this stream and video, we do not have time for that. It is a 225. All right. Yeah, using my USB keyboard's not going to do a whole lot. Okay. I'm going to see if there's just a park command. Like this. Bad commander file name. Okay. CD, I think I saw tool. Oh my gosh. Does spacebar not work? Oh, spacebar doesn't work. That's a problem. The switch itself does not work. I don't like that. The stabilizer's really nice, though. Yeah, it seems like every other key works, just not spacebar. Run some deoxit down the side of the switch. Hopefully it finds its way to something useful. It's not looking good. You cannot hot plug XT keyboards, so I will not be plugging in my Model F to do a command for park. Man, that's really annoying. Nice applicator bottle. It's the default deoxit bottle if you don't buy it in the spray container. Huh. That was a space. Oh, no. That's a space. It did a space. Just when I think I'm done, it keeps pulling me back in. I bet I need to reflow the spacebar switch. They're on a PCB, so it's not going to be difficult. I don't know how they're mounted. Pulling this off may not expose the PCB. This could also be why the keyboard was open before, because the warranty void sticker is broken. Yeah, I'll look at the other keys while I'm in there. Okay. Well, that's a shame. Ah, that's perfect! Okay. I'm gonna have to turn the computer off, unfortunately, because I don't know what the circuitry is like on here. Warranty where we're going, we don't need a warranty, yeah. It's the bottom. I wouldn't expect it to be dirty. Okay, so this is the spacebar key, and I'm pretty sure that's cracked solder joint around that pin. Pretty sure that... Oh, well. Alrighty then. That's a thing. Okay, does that matter? Because I think it's a single-sided board, and I think that's just a mounting point. But that's cool. Okay, this might be bad here, but yeah, we're gonna reflow all of those, and then we'll see. Someone had a gamer moment and broke the keyboard. Yeah. You know, it almost feels poetic that I finish this thing off by reflowing some switches. Because that feels right. All right, I'm going to do the Control-Alt-Delete keys while I'm in here as well, because something wasn't working right. Now that I know that this is a possibility, I'm just going to do this as a precaution so I don't have to come back in here again. Oh, they're labeled on the back. That's nice. Oh, that was a screw. That shouldn't have been soldered. Well, it already had solder on it. It wasn't me. There's another one right there. Huh, okay. Someone went a little overboard. Yeah, these are all screws that have solder on them. All right. I'm going to hit enter too, just because that's a high use case key. See that being a problem. I'll hit both of them. Well, that's plus, not enter. Oh, well. I'm there. Might as well finish it. Okay. Let's turn it on again, see if that solved anything. All right, rebooting the system, and I'm just going to hold the keyboard up while I put the screws back in. That way I don't get a 301. So, the only thing that did not have an issue was the power supply. When I told them I would work on it, I said I bet the problem is the power supply, and I'll just swap that out with one of mine as a test, and then you'll know. Little did I know. The monitor too, yeah, the monitor, I mean, the monitor itself actually did work, yeah. I was kind of wrapping that into the display controller, but yeah, it could have been worse on the monitor. Oh, I actually like this keyboard. Don't come away with the opinion that I think this thing is bad. I think it's a pretty good keyboard. And, oh, nope, not working. Okay, so there's something deeper wrong with that. How about Control-Alt-Delete? Nope. That's not happy. That's unfortunate. Park did not work. No, as a command, park did not work. Yeah. The entire pad was listed? Yeah, but I think that was just a mechanical pad. I don't know. This is probably the easiest part to replace, so we're gonna not worry about this too much, and it could also be that the switch just needs more deoxit worked into it or something, so this is not done yet.
Have some cheery bits to cheer you up for being let down by the keyboard in the last second of the last stream of 2024 CHER 5000. Bet you won't go to overtime to fix it. End of line.
Dogface, thank you for the 5,000 bits. Holy moly, thank you so much. Disc Park, that's a good one. No. WD Park. Unfortunately, I can't CD if I can't space. Yeah, we're not gonna go overtime. I am gonna reassemble the machine though, because I need to close out the video still. You're not going to end stream until next year? No. That's not it. Park Disc. Park Disc. I mean, I think you're just throwing stuff out there, but you know what? Why not? Nope. Are you serious, Ben? Because, I mean, I can try that. Oh, wait, that's search. Sure. But I can't space. Well, CD ... might work for going up, but I can't CD... I mean, you said slash tools? Invalid switch. Okay, how about if I pretend I'm not a Linux user? Invalid directory. Dir. Okay, DOS, temp, TT. Wait, there's a folder called TT? What? CD... TT. What? Why is there a folder called TT? Amulet, story, quotes, initial. This looks like a game. Oh, typing tutor. Well, actually, you know what? Press any key to begin. Hold on. Alt. Yeah, anyway, we're gonna shut this off. We need to reassemble it. It's special message for you. Haha, I trolled you.
Happy New Year to all the computer users who attended this wonderful end of the AR stream involving fixing an ancient x86 computer. We got the CHER 100, CHER 100, CHER 100. Now it's time to sing the 50,000 and 26 18,000 and 14 18,000 and 21 50,000 and 19 18,000 and 26 50,000.
That seems like the appropriate way to close out the year.
50,000 and 26 18,000 and 14 18,000 and 21 50,000 and 19 18,000 and 26.
Thank you for the 100 bits.
And 21 end of line. End of line.
Whoa!
Gave a tier 1 gift sub to 5 viewers. End of line.
I'm a cat. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, which also bumped it up with the 1 bonus gift sub.
And again, end of line, CHER 100. End of line.
Dogface, thank you for the 100 bits there. Am I out of screws? Were they just using weird screws or something? Because I swear I still had some I needed to put back in my machine. You know what? I'll just put a regular case screw in there. All right. That's all the cards installed. Turn off the soldering iron.
Says, and again, me too, CHER 100. End of line.
Jaco, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. And we'll end by putting... Where'd the weird thumb screw go? Oh, did I knock it on the ground? Uh-oh. There it is. Oh, there's the one missing screw. Oh, actually, no, there's a bunch there. Okay, I can put that back in. Keep it all original IBM screws. The computer's a screw loose. You know, of all the things it had wrong, that wasn't somehow one of them. And the one dumb, weird hand screw back in. And now for the final beauty shot. Oh, I filled up the drive in there. Okay, this is still recording. Let me make sure that's still recording. And then I'm just gonna, I'll have to end them manually after that. That was a lot of filming. I forgot to put the faceplate back in. What's the calendar look like here? Is this going to be the first video of 2025? It is, okay. All right. And there we are, all back together. And as I fired up, fully functional somehow. This was the absolute most cursed computer I've ever worked on. The only thing that I can come up with that would explain what happened is that it was given to a child or something to just monkey with. Or seriously, I was pranked somehow, which, I mean, just good grief. That was almost every single thing wrong with this machine that could have been was. Just an absolute nightmare. I can't believe it came together as much as it did. Almost everything is now fully functional. Just that last little hurdle at the end, I discovered spacebar on the keyboard isn't working. Reflowed the pads on that. They're a little messed up. But everything else is fully functional, somehow including the hard drive, which is just insane. But yeah, there is a full repair of like nearly every single part in an IBM 5160. I started out the video by saying that these machines can be difficult to get started with when you don't know what you're doing. And this is just like every possible issue you could have that would be a full stop, no idea what you're doing kind of problem with these computers. So, holy moly, I hope this video helps someone diagnose this stuff, because you could just see the kind of madness that can go wrong with these machines. That was just a ridiculous cacophony of failures there. But we got there in the end. It's fully functional. Somehow the hard drive works. It's even booting MS-DOS 622 right now, which is just hilarious. So, yeah. I hope you all enjoyed this video, which for me was the last one filmed in 2024. It'll be the first in 2025. Here's to a good year. And, yeah, if you did enjoy it, you may want to follow the channel to be notified when I release a new video. Nope, it's subscribe. And if you did enjoy it, you may want to subscribe to be notified when I release a new video. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon. But for now, that's it, and I will see you next time. Hopefully with a far less broken computer. Oh my gosh, so that's the end of the video, not the end of the live stream quite yet. We're done here now with the recording. Let me actually stop the two cameras that are still recording. Oh my gosh, you guys, that was insane. What? How? That was ridiculous. I can't believe it. It was so bad. Man. Yeah, go home and snuggle the cat after this one for sure. But yeah. Oh man, we actually got it though. I can't believe it. FDD not tested. The floppy drive works a lot better than it looked like it was going to work. It's going to need a cleaning disc run through it, or just isopropanol and scrub some stuff. But yeah, it'll probably be okay. When they work at this level, they usually work fine. So, but man, parts cobbled together for a quick sale? I don't think so. Especially not with the hard drive being good. But yeah, I don't know, man. Did you hit record? I did on those. The important stuff was there. So this is dual voltage power supply, would have been set to 220. Yeah, no kidding. Oh man, the dumb steps of the whiteboard here would have helped wiggle wires. Yeah, really. Oh my gosh. That was insane. Oh man, well, I'm really glad I streamed this one, because seriously, this doesn't seem believable. Look at AV1 SRT, looks like SRT converts everything MPEG TS, only recently got AV1 support. It may internally, but it's Intel QSV AV1 that doesn't work. NVIDIA NVENC AV1 does. It's so weird, but yeah. Kind of wonder if this was retired from office, brought home for a kid to mess with. That's what I'm thinking. That is the only thing that makes sense to me as to how it got into that shape. And then, like, I forget who joked about it. The tantalum just died by accident. So yeah, man, that was insane.
NGODRAGON 90SIZHER 100.1 computer fix. Happy New Year. End of line.
Neo Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh man, but yeah, all right. We are gonna have to wrap this up now, though, because yeah, I need a break after that one. That was a lot packed into 4 hours, dude. That was crazy. Well, man, that was insane. That might have been the most productive stream of all time as far as like actually solving problems and finding things. Like, good grief, that was crazy. Absolutely insane. I just can't believe we found all of those issues. My gosh. I wonder if there's any left, because like at this point I wouldn't be surprised. Like, dang. But yeah. All right. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. That was actually a pretty fun one. Since we got it working in the end, all of the issues, you know, kind of washes away because it does work. There's just the one thing with the space bar, which might be solvable by going back and poking it a little bit more. I'll probably give it a shot, but we're out of time now. But yeah, man, wow, that was crazy. That was awful. So, all right. If you guys enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that is going to be it for now. Thank you all for being here for 2024. It was a lot of fun. You do mean a lot to me being here and hanging out. It's always a great time. So yeah, thank you as well. But that is it for now, and I will see you all next time. Now I gotta walk around and go hit the print button because I still can't do remote desktop from the VGA capture computer.